Sasagi Usagi, and I am here with more Final Fantasy XIV. We are going to be doing patch 5.1 and the first part of the Nier raids, hopefully if all goes smoothly and well. We're gonna hop in and talk to Miss Q. Hello, hello, Miss Q. Hello, hello. Alright, we are starting in the Rising Stones. Let me grab you, actually. Okay, are you about done shoving materia into the company chest? Okay, I will give you a few seconds to get to where you need to be. And talk to Miss Tataru. Tataru. Tataru seems eager to make up for lost time. Akali, gods, it's good to see you. I hope your being here means you've had your fill of rest. Not so much as 40 winks, truth be told. You're too selfless, that's your problem. But you'll be no good to anyone if you don't take a break once in a while. Anyway, not much has happened since your last visit. I had planned for you to meet that helper I told you about, but he refuses to answer his link pearl. I do hope he's alright. We've been exchanging messages with the Eorzean Alliance throughout, though. They say the fighting has finally stopped at the Gilmore Dark, and that the Empire showed no sign of movement. Which means we might actually have a moment to ourselves for a change. Seeing as you're back, maybe you could tell me more about your time in the First. Great! Oh, and if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Flamean to join us. She'll want to know what happened in Minfilia, and I think it's best she hears it from you. We'll meet you on the terrace at the House of Splendors. Akali, my, it has been too long. Tataru did mention that I would be joining you, did she not? Thank you. Words cannot well express how I have longed to know more of the First. This world Minfilia has sacrificed so much to save. But come, rest your feet. Tataru shall be arriving shortly. And so Minfilia chose to pass on her gifts to the next oracle, this girl who Thancred named Reen. To have such a burden thrust upon her as a child, only to embrace it when given the choice. In that respect, they are quite alike. It would seem her legacy is indeed in capable hands. Akali, might I ask a favor of you when you next return to the First? To tell Reen what I cannot. To tell her, thank you. And I would offer thanks to you as well, for staying with her to the end. Begging your pardon, but could I have a word? Raoul, I hope you're here to tell me you've received word from our helper. I wish, nay, I've not had a peep out of him, and it's been a good long while now. Too bloody long. On account of which, I'm going to sneak over the border to see if I can't get a signal to him from closer up. But what if they catch you? There must be another way. Well, that ain't if we can't ask Thancred to do it. Besides, I shouldn't have no trouble picking me way through Gimmelt now that the fighting's died down. Gods know there's enough shadows to hide in. And it beats waiting around here twiddling me thumbs. Any road, I just thought I'd let you know. Now I'd best be... I nearly forgot. Kryle's at the stones, and she wants a word. Something to do with the patients. She was getting ready to examine them again when I left. We'd best head back then. I'm sure it's important. You needn't worry about me. Go and see what Kryl has to say. It seems she's still examining them. Oh, I do hope it's nothing bad.
You're here. Good.
So, how are they?
Still locked in slumber, but otherwise in good physical health. For the present, at least.
For the present? Oh no, is something wrong with them?
I'm afraid there may be. I summoned you after detecting faint signs of instability in Thancred's corporeal ether. But subsequent examination suggested all 5 might be affected. And when I examined them just now, my fears were confirmed. Tellingly, the degree of instability varies between them. Thancred exhibits the most notable signs, followed by Y'shtola and Urianger. The twins' ether, meanwhile, remains relatively stable, but there is a change there too if one knows to look for it.
Hold on. Isn't that the order they were called away in?
Indeed. Which leads me to believe the instability will only increase with time. Though I can but speculate, I fear this may be a symptom of a weakening link between body and soul.
By the gods! What happens if the link is broken?
I cannot say for certain. This is all unknown territory to us. Yet whatever happens, it cannot be good. Mercifully, the instability is still only slight. And you may rest assured Master Matoya and I will do everything in our power to keep it from worsening. Be that as it may, it is imperative that you find a way to restore our friends' souls to their bodies.
Leave it to me.
Thank you.
But where's she even supposed to start? We had the greatest minds in the realm hunting high and low for an answer, and they ran out of places to look.
You stated in your report that the Exarch had originally intended to reverse the summoning process by means of his own death, correct? Raha always was a reckless young fool, ready to die for the first righteous cause that came along. His plan might well have worked, but I, for one, am glad he never had the opportunity to see it through. Even if it does mean our friends must remain stranded a while longer. There is another way, I am sure of it. And the key lies with him, with the Exarch. Pray return to the First and apprise him and the others of the situation. We, meanwhile, will do what we can from here. And, if the fates are kind, we will have good news to share upon your return.
Take care over in the first, Akali. We're counting on you and the Crystal Exarch to bring our friends home. Don't worry, Master Matoya and I will think of something. Tataru is apprised of the Archon's condition. Rest assured we will do our utmost to assist Mistress Trial in her menstruations. Oh, nobody's here. Not that I expected any less, but 'tis good to see you home and unharmed. I am pleased to report that Arenval and his fellow primal hunters have upheld the peace while you were away. A pleasure to see you, Akali. I cannot well imagine what sort of world the first is, or adventures you had, but that you have returned to us safe and sound is of great comfort. Oh, you know what we actually forgot to do? So, upon returning home at level 80, every one of your quest givers, like your guild quest leaders, has a quest for you that sort of like wraps up the story, because you will never, after the level 80 quest, and they confirmed this during the live letter, there is no level 90 quest. They're all the stories that you have been having with your guild leaders and stuff, those all end at level 80. So I only bring that up, and we can do that another time. It's not imperative. We don't get anything from the level 80 quest or anything. It is just to wrap up their tales. I only bring this up because the summoner one, at least when I did it, talked about Arnvald and the primal hunting. Now they have recently changed it because of story reasons. But what you learn when you do the level 80 summoner quest is that Arenvald, and I don't know if you remember him, he's the big Alamigan guy. He's got silvery hair. He's got the big X on his face. He's Alphanor's friend. He's like, we should go treasure hunting. He and Fordola. Do you remember Fordola? Okay, she's the Alamigan Garlean. Okay, so he and Fordola have been out killing primals while we've been away on the first. The beast tribe summoned them, and because she has a fake echo and he has a real echo, they are able to. They have been killing primals together. And that is what you. So that's what Aline was talking about, where she was like, "Oh, they're doing just fine," and that's because they have been out killing the primals that we have not been able to. And that's what you actually learned during the level 80 summoner quest. I was like, oh, awesome. It's actually really, really funny. On my main, I have still not done the level 80 Gunbreaker quest. I'm in like the middle of it. Every time I go to Mordona, I'm like, ooh. There they are, waiting for me to finish this 2 years later. So I have no idea what that's about. Yeah. Don't forget, you don't look to have your new gunblade on, so don't forget. Oh, Akali, you are returned. I hope your time in the source was suitably restful. But of course it wasn't. Go on. The corporeal aether shows signs of instability. By the gods, the possibility never even occurred to me. If you have returned in hope of that my research has yielded a solution, I fear you will be sorely disappointed. 'Tis but a mercy we have the likes of Mistress Kryl and Master Matoya to keep our friend's body safe while we wrestle with the problem. But they cannot forestall the separation of body and soul indefinitely. Come, the others must be told.
Pray excuse my late arrival.
Will Thancred and Reen not be joining us?
Nay, milady. With apologies to all, they beg leave to pursue their investigation of the empty to its conclusion. Should matters here demand their presence, however, they did assure me that they would make themselves available.
Yes, of course. Then let us proceed. I think it best that you begin by providing a summary of Mistress Kryle's findings.
I suppose it was only to be expected that some change would occur.
Yet our souls seem unaffected, to my eye at least. How long they will remain so is another question. Kryle is right. It is imperative we find a way to return to the source.
Perhaps an explanation of the method by which I brought you here will yield some inspiration. Ere I begin, it must be noted that I am by no means a gifted mage. In order to employ powerful magics, I must rely upon the Crystal Tower and its boundless reservoirs of energy. The magic that summoned you was no exception. 'Tis a singular spell, adapted through painstaking effort from the technique that transported me to the First. To use an analogy, it works by cutting a hole in the fabric of reality. A hole tailored to the object of summoning, through which it and it alone may pass unscathed. Though I succeeded in creating said hole, I failed to latch onto my intended target. Instead of you, the spell found those close to you, and ended up summoning them in their incomplete state. I would not soon throw my life away, not after the lengths you and yours went to save it. And so long as I breathe, I will spare no effort to see you safely home. But should all else fail, and your lives be at stake, there remains one sure method.
Oh! What was that for?
How can you even entertain such thoughts? You owe your life to the Warrior of Light, and you don't get to die unless she says so.
Your followers await your divine judgment.
What did you just...
If the two of you have finished, perhaps we could return to our discussion? Rather than dwelling upon the multiple failed attempts at transference, I think it would behoove us to focus on the solitary success. I would draw your attention to the fact that our friend can travel between worlds possessed not only of her body and soul, but her personal effects besides. This is no different from the teleportation magics to which we are all accustomed. Magics that allow for the transportation of those inanimate objects one considers to be an extension of oneself.
Are you suggesting that simply by considering us her possessions, she could carry our souls back to the source upon her person?
Well, it would be nice if things were that simple for a change. But vague notions of ownership seem a rather tenuous thing to stake our lives on. So much as a moment of doubt on her part, and we'd be left floating in the rift.
Milady hath the right of it. The requisite fixity of belief would be too much to ask even of our friend. Yet were we to immure our souls within an object in her possession, mayhap then our safe passage could be assured. White Auracite would, I believe, serve as a suitable vessel for this purpose. It was conceived to imprison the massy soul of an Ascian, and should house one of ours with relative ease. We would need only to ensure our soul's safe preservation inside the stone, and identify a means by which they might be transferred back onto our vacant bodies.
Soul preservation and transference. I believe I know of someone who may be able to assist us. On the far shore of the source, there stands a great palace built by the elves. It was forsaken in the wake of the flood, but a certain Numo chose to make their home there soon after. Though they have long lived as a recluse, they once occupied a place of honor in Verbert's royal court, and it is said that none in all of Norvrant is more knowledgeable than they on matters of the soul.
I will put your soul safely in a can of beans, Sprightly. Do you want to go to the source or the first?
Well, I've no objection to seeking a helping hand, but if they've gone to such lengths to hide themselves away from the world, what makes you think they'd be willing to lend us one?
A worthy question. Years ago, I myself tried and failed to solicit their cooperation in the battle against the Sin Eaters.
No can do, Sprightly. No Disney World.
No sooner had I begun to make my plea than they unleashed a swarm of their familiars upon me. Unlike me, however, you have curried favor with the Faefolk. By that merit alone, I am hopeful that they would grant you an audience. They may still be inclined to turn you away, of course, but if their knowledge might feasibly facilitate your return home, we have to try.
You are gonna want probably the oysters. Oysters or the cordon bleu. I'm sick and tired of the Exarch's attempts at selfless sacrifice. If he suggests dying one more time, I swear I'm going to grant him his wish. The No-Mouse seem such a welcoming folk at Ilmeg. What do you suppose could have driven this one to a life of seclusion? A mage of surpassing skill living a life of seclusion. Now where have I heard that one before? One can only hope that they are more receptive to unsolicited visitations. 'Tis said the kingdom of Vorbert was once home to the realm's greatest knights and magics both. To command a place at the royal court, the No-Mao whom we seek must needs have been a mage among mages. The Crystal Exarch would waste no time in seeking help for your stranded comrades. The Grand Cosmos, that is, the palace we seek, stands on the opposite shore of the source. I'll arrange for a boat to carry us there. Willest thou journeyest thither, I think it best that I devote mine energies to the creation of white orosite. By thy leave, of course, the process requireth no small amount of time, and should the No-Mao consent to lend us their aid, we will have need of suitable vessel ere long. No worry, Anji. I need you to be my healer. Oh wait, I'm the healer. Never mind. Get out of here. Agreed. I was just so concerned. I was like, I'm gonna be left with Alpha now. Agreed. Then I would ask the rest of you to meet me in Sullen, and do be prepared for a warm reception. Pray join the others in Sullen, and I shall turn my thoughts to the orosite, and appraise Thancred and Reed of our progress. Hey. Hey, Q. Hey. Where are you at? Yep. Oh yeah? You can't fly here? I'll come. I will get you. It is I who can fly. I know, you're very busy, but I have to gloat about it the one time I can. You gotta let me have this. Where? It's up here, right? There is one quest for Lakeland that's in the Crystarium for your Aether Currents. So, just so you don't get confuzzled. But we have done the only 2 extra dungeons in Shadowbringers. They only did the 2 extras. So you don't have to, you can get them all and not have to worry about doing a dungeon. I was relieved to hear that the Exarch intended to arrange for a boat to carry us across the lake. Not that I would be opposed to swimming, mind you. The Exarch said to prepare for a warm reception at the palace. Let's hope it's more cordial than his last visit. He said the palace is on the opposite shore, but I see nothing on the horizon save empty sky. Curious. As I told you before, I had scarcely set foot on the palace grounds when I was set upon by our host familiars, and I expect our reception today to be no different. Which is why I propose we march through the main gate, weapons drawn. I'm sorry, but are we not here to petition for assistance? You can't honestly think barging in looking for a fight is going to persuade them. Actually, I believe the Exarch may have the right of it. They have no doubt poured a great deal of time and energy into their creations. Were I them, I would be most interested to meet those who would overcome my defenses. As would any true seeker of knowledge, and there is little we can say or do to convince them to help us, if we know nothing of their character, nor less why they chose to hide themselves from the world. But if we can seize their interest, perhaps we can earn ourselves an audience. Weapons drawn it is, then. Though I must say, Exarch, you certainly seem to be enjoying all of this. Do I? Well, I will not deny that I enjoy the thought of fighting alongside you all rather than pacing about inside the Crystal Tower. You both seem to be in rather high spirits, if you ask me. Not that I'm surprised. Your moods invariably improve when a collie is around. What exactly are you implying? She averted a calamity, and the light which seemed destined to consume her has been extinguished. It's only natural that we are pleased to see her. Yes, well, we have plenty of time to celebrate her good health after we've finished here. Of course, then let us proceed to the palace. Okay. They're really hammering it in that both Alizé and the Crystal Exarch have a crush on you. Yeah, it's like I have found this particular line, and it continues throughout the entirety of the Shadowbringers patches, exceptionally heavy-handed. I get it. We are gonna actually do this with the NPCs because this is a cool dungeon, and there's a lot to see. So it would be best to go slowly. People love to. This is the first patch dungeon, so it goes fast. If I were you, and I wouldn't say this unless I mean it, you should bring the Crystal Exarch as your healer over Alphino. I think I need this man as my tank.
Very well.
Okay. He's just so loud in my ear. I'm like, all right. It's only because Alphino is not a very good heal. He might be better next Expac. I love sigils. Graha, you have got to go before me. You are the tank. You're just gonna get beamed to death. Graha, Tia!
You underestimate me!
Graha is an absurdly worse tank than Vangrid. You'll enjoy the dungeon more if you can take it at your own pace. 2 random DPS do not allow that, as you have experienced. No, I just don't want people to pull ahead of you. It gives us a chance to explore. This is a very...
I will not hold back!
You'll see why when we get to later things. Oh, it's not this door. Sorry, I baited everybody. I wish I could tell you to go forward.
Away with you!
I do not think the gear here is better than what we have, but we can swap out our pants and whatnot, like what we didn't get with in the Eden. And then another ring would be very, very good for us, because you can only have one Eden ring.
will not hold back!
Best thing is you put the brooms stand on the opposite side, the one that's coming. Be careful. Stole it. I don't have time for it. That should actually. Well, Stola. It might be in a bad way. But we're good.
I'm with you.
This is going to leave a mark!
Let's give them a show!
Right, you move on me. I will never forgive you. Oh, I was really hoping we'd be done with this. Oof. Shoes of healing. Yeah, the gear is 445. So not better than what we are currently doing. Oh no, they're hitting me. Bruh.
So be it!
can you take? Are you like Thancred good at tanking? Uh-oh. The piggies. The piggies, grab. Oh god.
Away with you!
Grah didn't care? He didn't care that I was being killed by pigs. Nice. Oh, that was a little scary. Alright, Alizé. And take these off the grass. Oh, I think I voted him. No, I don't. Okay.
This is going to leave a mark!
that doesn't count. Like Thancred does. I'm not control. Stroller just stood there.
Away with you!
There's ghosties here, and they all talk. Long forgotten history. This room is cool too, with all the paintings. It's a little hard to see. If we go too far, they'll pop. But they look like, this one in particular, these two look like, Cherrybird and Zephyrin. They look like the Heavensward Knights. He's even got the eye patch.
So be it! This is going to leave a mark!
A heroic last stand.
Gotta get rid of the healers.
is not my day to die.
How did that happen? I know how it happened. Dancing. All this dancing emote. You have sullied these halls long enough. Come, Lucas, our guests yet want for company. Turn this man around. Thank you. Sway. Don't burn up the furniture. Now we get hit by blue flames. Now we have to put those out on the furniture.
I will not hold back!
We have to be careful. There is just enough for each of us. Stand on your shot.
Don't be so. This is going to leave a mark!
You underestimate me!
going to leave a mark!
You stole it.
I'm with you.
I don't think that was my fault. But it might be.
There'll be nothing left of you but a smoking crater!
I don't think I caused her to die. I definitely got too close and we both died. But she died because she didn't move. I'm like pretty sure. The Exarch died because I didn't heal. We all saw me do that. But your stolen was an accident.
I will not hold back!
We'll have to get the playback on that one, but I'm pretty sure I didn't damage. How you doing in the dungeon? Ooh. Did you have some trouble with the brooms? Yeah, everybody does. It's okay. Hmm? Since you're Tank Buster, you gotta start learning what those are. And then prepping when you see them happen. I would say that is but not the brooms. Yeah, it's so one of the very first attacks the tanks will do, or the bosses will do, is a Tank Buster, and you'll see yourself drop to like pretty low health. You all have to keep an eye out for that particular attack that they are using, so you can brace for it in the future. I would say that is the one thing you really need to work on as a tank. But it just takes practice.
That was my fiercest familiar. Oh, impressive.
Backlogue, 'tis good to see you again after all these years. And judging by your vigorous greeting, I dare say the feeling is mutual. To be sure, a simple shake of the hand would have sufficed by way of welcome, but I shan't complain. But you must be wondering as to the purpose of our visit. We come to beg your assistance in a most urgent matter.
Shake? Beg?
Our comrades' very souls are in danger. If we are to save them, we will need the benefit of your unsurpassed knowledge on the matter. Please, will you not sit and hear our plea?
Oh, how dare you! How dare you speak thus in my presence! It was to escape such words of temptation that I hid myself from the world of men. You are sinners, one and all, and I swore never again to have any part in your affairs.
I can only imagine what terrible events forced you into a life of seclusion. But I know that the Numo are a good and noble folk. It is not in your nature to turn a blind eye to the plight of those around you. And in treating with us, I am certain whatever mistrust you feel for man will begin to heal.
If you will not be satisfied, I suppose I could listen. After all, there's no harm in just... No, I mustn't. Not again. That damn court mage seemed to have the best of intentions too, and countless innocents died for my naivety. Oh, you know not what you ask of me. What horrors my knowledge has wrought.
We would never misuse it.
You wish only to save your friends? Nothing more? Do you swear it?
No. No.
Oh, very well. I will hear your petition, but that is all. And I expect fitting payment for my troubles.
Commensurate with your contribution to our cause. No more and no less, I promise you. With that settled, might I impose upon you to join us at the Crystarium? I'm afraid the nature of my friend's predicament calls for absolute secrecy.
There you are. The others have gone ahead to the Crystal Tower with Beck Lug. But for the record, I truly wish we hadn't had to resort to using such words when trading with them. I have never sought to convince, not compel, yet I cannot deny that part of me is glad Arianje shared his knowledge of the new Maud with us. Had he not, Beck Lug wouldn't be here. Speaking of whom, we should hurry. To keep our guests waiting would only add insult to injury. You may now enter the Grand Cosmos with a party of NBC avatars to make use of this feature. Trust. Okay. I am curious. Well, I have no way of looking at this on a collie. Never mind. Alphino looks just about ready to leave you behind. You mustn't dally here any longer, Akali. If Beck Lug is to hear the truth of our travails on the first, you of all people should be present. Actually, we'll fly back to give Q some time to catch up. If you have trouble with that final boss, though, let me know. Did you beat him? Okay, I gotcha. I just meant, like, I can do role quests if you're gonna be a bit longer. No. I'll go. You're not that far behind. So. Do you have business with the Crystal Exarch? Yes.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me not only that the return of night was your doing, but that you hail from another world as well?
Everything we told you, of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it is true. I realize how fantastical it sounds, and I would not blame you for doubting our testimony. But given your expertise, you must surely have noted the peculiar nature of their souls.
Any other time and I would have dismissed your stories as balderdash and flummery. But upon closer inspection, 'tis plain their souls are far denser than is normal, and that they do not possess true bodies. Save you. Your body is your own, and your soul is the densest of them all.
8 times rejoined.
As I said before, were it not for their heroism, the skies over Norvrant would still be awash with light, the realm yet at the mercy of Vthree and the Sin Eaters.
The thickest of souls.
After all they have done for our home, seeing them safely back to their own, it seems the very least we can do.
Your tale is intriguing. Yes, very intriguing indeed. Simply to hear it is fitting payment in itself. As for your friends, I can but agree. Their valorous deeds on behalf of Norvrant are deserving of recognition, of their own fitting payment.
You will help us then?
I will. I would see my knowledge put to good use for a change. I do have one condition, however. I am not the spry young Numo I once was. As such, I will require assistance in my fieldwork and testing.
It would be our pleasure. We'll be laboring for our own benefit after all.
Hello, Cerberus. How are you today? Bakaluk has a fine eye. Though we have yet to begin, I rather think the Exarch was right to call on him. I sometimes forget we're not truly here in the first. It will be good to be whole again. Fortunately for us, Bakaluk is of a mind to see you and your fellow scions justly compensated for your efforts. Oof. Did you happen to notice the magic broom strewn about the grand cosmos? Uncanny. It always does. Except for the times when it doesn't. But today is good. You have spun quite a tale. But tell me, have you given any thought as to how you might return to your world? I can't do that nasally voice that he does. White Orosite, you say? An intriguing proposition, but one which fails to account for the present state of your souls. They have become highly charged, like as a consequence of having maintained tangible forms for so long. In such an energetic, unstable state, there is no telling what may happen to their souls within the Orosite. They could very well become immutable to transference, never to be restored to their bodies. Then would it be possible to force our souls into a state of dormancy prior to transference? In theory, yes, but the soul is not a candle to be snuffed out and relit on a whim. I was doing some mount grinding, and the game was not kind to me. This was some time ago. Well, that sounds ominous. What exactly would rendering our souls dormant entail? In order to maintain a corporal form, your souls constantly draw aether on your surroundings. This process must be halted, and the resulting surfeit of aether removed. Your minds would ultimately be separated from these fox bodies of yours, rendering you incapable of interacting with the world around you. A cruel fate under normal circumstances, but one which will be rectified upon your return home. Leaving lifeless husks, like those poor souls at the inn at Journey's Head, corrupted by the sin-eaters, their aether made stagnant by the light. Always cruel. Always cruel. Corrupted. Stagnant. Might I see these unfortunate individuals? Why, do you think you might be able to help them? I might, or I might not, but I shan't know for sure until I have seen their condition firsthand. Then I will be glad to take you to them, on the understanding that you won't do anything which might increase their suffering. It was my faith in man I lost, not my compassion. Well, I see no need for all of us to accompany you. While you escort our guest to the inn, I will assist Ariane in creating the requisite Orosite. I believe my talents would be better applied to that endeavor as well. Might I leave the three of you to assist Bakaluk as necessary? Let us make for Amarang, then. It pains me that there are those who yet suffer despite our victory of the light. We must hope a way can be found to help both them and our friends. Oh, you're strolling. I walked right by you. Urianger is more than capable of creating Orosite on his own, but if aught should go awry, I would be on hand to assist him. Oh, we are not in a party. No problem. Don't rush through things. Having broken Light's stranglehold on the first, I would like to believe they will one day recover, yet I fear they might not come soon. Bakaluk told me they wish to meet the worst afflicted, Helric. There are times when I swear there's something he wants to tell me, if only he could form the words. So this is Helric, is it? Yes, his etheric balance leans perilously, perilously toward the light, toward stasis. What do you suppose will happen to him? Not too bright, are you, boy? The same as all poor souls corrupted by the light. He will become a sin-eater. You don't know that. We've defeated the Wardens and banished the light from the night sky. Halric was completely unresponsive before, but now... That's not a bad call, Cerberus. How far are you in the story? You were looking for an airship last we spoke. Then perhaps there is yet hope. If I may, there is a treatment I wish to administer to the patients. What sort of treatment? In the course of my studies of the soul, I once created a tonic which could temporarily stimulate the aether in one's body. After some refinement, it came to be used by the Knights of Vobert, then for far darker purposes. Lest it fall into the wrong hands, I swore never again to make it, but for their sakes, I will break that oath. It is not light to reverse the stagnation, mind you, but it should offer some measure of relief. Oh, there you go. Oh, the corrupted crystal quest. Totten stares blankly at you. It would seem the tonic had no effect. What is this warmth I feel in my chest? I thought we had to give it to Halric. Yay! I feel warm, and my legs, they don't feel as heavy. You're doing a good job. Leave this one to me, Akali. Please let this work. Now then, have you noticed any change in the patients? A notable rise in body temperature and increased motor function in most of the patients, at least. The more severely afflicted show no response. As I feared, then, 'tis true that with the restoration of light, the corrupting influence of light will no longer grow, and yes, their bodies will naturally return to equilibrium given time. But this holds true only for their corporeal aether. Their incorporeal aether, that of the soul, is not so easily mended. You can do it, Cerberus. One day at a time. Which is why those in later stages of corruption, like Halric, appear unaffected by your tonic. Precisely. The boy's soul is far too gone. His mind is held together by the finest of threads. There is a chance he may one day recover, of course, but it could take years, decades even. By the gods, he could wait to find himself an old man. A fine reward for his persistence, the opportunity to mourn the life he never had a chance to live. No, there must be something we can do. Look, I realize this is not why we petitioned your aid, but do you think it possible we can find a way to hasten their recovery? Maybe. Nor do I think it is impossible that in treating them we might learn something of relevance to your own predicament. corporeal and incorporeal aether. I confess I have never had cause to make the distinction. Did they say what I think they said? Might there really be a way to help Helric and the others, and help ourselves in the process? Beckaluk is ready to speak of the metaphysical. I suspect the Crystal Exarch has told you of my past, that I was once a mage of the Royal Court of Vorbert, and that soulcraft was my field of study. The tonic you administered to the patients here is one of the fruits of my labors. I had hoped to do great things for the kingdom. But in the end, my knowledge brought only suffering. A plague like of which I had never seen. In the hands of unscrupulous men, that should have been my greatest triumph, instead became my greatest shame. You mustn't dwell in the past. I know that only too well. Unless the knowledge we require is steeped in such bitter memories. But let us return to the task at hand, finding a means by which we might revitalize these peoples in corporal aether. Do you think it can be done? Were the sky still ablaze with primordial light, I would call it an exercise in futility. But now we may have a chance. The method I have in mind will entail the conjuring of a familiar. They are able to amplify the energies poured into them, making them the perfect conduit for the aether revitalizing magics we will ultimately employ. If you're about to launch into a lengthy explanation of the metaphysics of your plan, don't bother. I'd rather get on with doing whatever it is needs to be done, if it's all the same to you. Whatever regions must be procured or spells invoked, I'll do it. I admire your spirit. Very well, your first task will be to gather the necessary materials. The purest of waters, the finest of clays, as well as a fey lantern brimming with pixie magic. If you're convinced the resulting familiar could help the patients, fine. Elvino, the water and clay will be simple enough, but I think you know what we'll have to do to get the lantern. You don't mean... The pixies took quite a liking to us before. If we humor them with company, I'm sure they'll be willing to help us. Fine. We'll pay a visit to Ilmeg, though I never thought you would be the one to suggest going back there. I'm impressed you've all been there at all, let alone befriended the Fey folk. While you're at it, seek out Numau of Palaine. They will be able to supply you with water more suitable for our needs. Right, let's get this over with, shall we? There still remains the matter of clay. Might I prevail upon you to find it? Clay from Amarang would likely be best. Know you of anyone who might be able to assist us? I could ask the miners at Twine. Yeah, yes, they will be able to point you in the right direction, I'm sure. While you and the twins are occupied, I will see if there is aught else I can learn of the stagnation what afflicts the people here. Later. I can't fly here. Oh. Akali, what a coincidence! I can't fly here because it's like a 78 zone, I think. And I don't want that XP to go to waste. I know. Now I can fly in Lakeland and Ilmeg, but I can't fly in the rest. You've come at a good time. We've just this moment finished repairing the Talus and trolley you lot took to Nabrathe, right? The trolley was no trouble, but the Talus would have been another matter had we not had a visit from Master Chai. He offered us a share of the leftover building materials from Daladas Stoneworks, as well as a few trade secrets to help us along. Clever man, that Chai does. He seemed pretty keen on the ideas I had for putting the giant Talus to work. Like a giant trolley, but Mangus still refuses to see all the good we could do with it. You're entitled to your dreams, Jarek, but that doesn't mean you can go in harassing our guests with them. Master Chai was just being polite. And something tells me Akali here didn't come all this way to talk about trolleys. What is it you need, friend? I see, and this familiar requires clay from Amarang? We'll look no further. If anyone can find you some quality clay, it's us. Saying that isn't exactly a commodity nowadays, but there must be some lurking somewhere or other, waiting to be dug up. If I'm not mistaken, there was a time when they used to take clay from Mount Bryan mines and make adobe bricks. The place is swarming with coyotes now, but if you're after the good stuff, you could do worse than to look there. I know. I was just thinking that. I was like, man, you should be on the tracks. I thought I heard the sound of gathering. A faint sound. Do you have to get that last piece? We'll take the tracks this time. Does jumping make you go faster? You've like got such a lead on me. Get off my track. We have to go all the way back to actually... We had no need to actually cross the tracks. We should have just teleported away. I know, I did too, and then when we got back, I'm like, why? Why would we have needed to do that? The pixies were constantly confusing me with Alizé. In jest, I assume. I mean, it's not as if we look that much alike. We, don't look that much alike, do we? You're identical. That had better be the only thing we need from the pixies. If I have to endure one more prank, so help me gods. The twins have returned, and in one piece at that. I was convinced the pixies would turn at least one of them into a garden ornament, but no. You have the clay, I take it? Wonderful. We need but combine the clay and the water, then heat the mixture with the Fey Lantern. After that, it will be a simple matter of settling upon a suitable form and performing the necessary incantation. Buckalug, I have a question. In the event that we need this spell and you weren't around, would it be possible for another to perform the incantation? Assuming they possess the requisite skill? Yes. Helric and the others have suffered so much, and I swore to do everything in my power to save them. If there's a chance this spell could do that, I would be the one to invoke it. Maybe you should be the one to do so. A deep understanding of the subject's physical state, combined with a strong desire to help them, can drastically increase the magic's effect, and you are plainly more familiar with these people than I. I dare say there are few in all of Norvent more dedicated into finding a cure. Is that not so, Akali? Absolutely, she's the best woman for the job. I'll give it my all. For Helric, for Tesleen. Then we are all of one mind on the matter. Alizé shall be the one to conjure the familiar.
Let us begin. I trust you've prepared the clay? Very good. Now, I would have you sculpt for me a porksy. Plump, with floppy ears and a short curly tail.
A porksy. I think I know what you mean. There we are. How's that?
Well, it is certainly creative. There's no denying that.
Yes, I'm no artist. Very funny.
Pay him no mind, child. Though it may look like a grotesque parody of reality, it is what the invoker believes that matters.
You're not helping.
But I speak the truth. If successful, this incantation will turn imagination into reality. Which is why the only thing of import is what you believe this figure embodies. You must focus. Hold the Porksy's image steady in your mind's eye. Now then, as I taught you, relax and allow your energies to flow.
With flesh of clay I bid thee rise, on wings of dreams to touch the skies. What once was idle fantasy, I call forth to reality.
Not bad for a first attempt. Now, let us see what can be done for young Halric. Through the operation of the magics you invoked to animate this familiar, it is now replete with the energies required to stir the boy's soul. You need but give it a name, and it will do as your heart desires.
A name. All right, I've decided. Now. Go, Angelo!
Angelo is the name of a Noah's dog in Final Fantasy VIII. It's a collie.
Mother, I...
By the 12, though it was only for a moment he spoke, there may yet be hope for these people. The girl's resolve is quite impressive. One might almost think she drew strength from another. How is he, Becklock? Did it work? I believe it did. You and your fledgling familiar have done well. If my eyes do not deceive, a hint of color has returned to his soul. Gods, I would jump for joy if I weren't so exhausted. We're so close now, Helric. As you are even now in the process of discovering, this magic asks much of the invoker. What you may not have realized is the same is also true of the subject. As such, we must proceed with caution. However, with further treatment, I have the utmost confidence the boy will make a full recovery. Observing the reanimation of this stagnant soul has been most enlightening. I will need time to put my theories to the proof, but I believe I can fashion a spell to produce the opposite effect, that is, to induce stagnation, thus enabling our safe transport back to the source via Orosite. A thought occurred to me about this treatment. Becklock said when the soul is rendered dormant, the mind is separated from the body, that a person becomes incapable of interacting with the world around them. Does that not sound like a lot like some of the tempered back in the source? Not really. It is the fate of most tempered to become slaves to primal, save in a handful of cases. Or am I missing something? If I can master this technique, the art of revitalizing the soul, I know of at least one in the source who can desperately use such treatment. Gaboo. Exactly. His condition is uncannily similar to Helric's, is it not? The only difference being that his soul was suffused with earth-aspected aether instead of light. It follows that if his soul is subject to a similar kind of stagnation, there may be a chance we can save him, right? Forgive me, but who is this Gaboo fellow you speak of? I see. His condition does sound similar, yet there is much and more about the soul that remains unknown even to me. I say this not to discourage you, you understand, but to remind you that this is delicate work we do here, work requiring patience. Of course, and as long as there is hope for the patients here, I will devote whatever time is needed to see this through. But I refuse to spend that time in idleness. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to stay here with Angelo and continue with their treatment. The two of you should return to the Crystarium with Backlug and see if you can't make some headway with the newly posited theories. I would tell you to rest first, but I see you will not be convinced. The fire of youth. Let us return to the Crystarium, then. Finally, I found you. Kaishir, what are you doing all the way out here? There's trouble back in Yulmore. Lady Chai is beside herself, sighing, pacing the whole lot. Near enough begged me to go and find you. Sighing and pacing, you say? It must be urgent. I take it I will be returning to the Crystarium alone. Go on, then. It's not as if I have anything for you to do. Thank you, Backlug. Sorry for bothering you and all that, but she says the future of Yulmore is at stake. The future of Yulmore is at stake, is it? Well, do for them what you can, but keep an eye on Elfner, would you? See to it he doesn't involve himself more than is necessary. Whatever could be so urgent for Lady Chai to summon us? Kaishir is anxious to see you and Elfino back to Yulmore. Lady Chai's up in the parlor. Best not to keep her waiting, eh? Well, not here seems out of the ordinary, though I do not see Lady Chai anywhere. Probably pacing around outside again, staring off into the distance and all that sighing. Strange. Let's see if we can find her and discover the source of her distress.
Thank heavens you're here.
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
Alone? What of Master Chai?
But that is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
What? What happened?
It all began after the events at Mount Gulg. With Lord Vorthri out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
And so you held an election?
Yes, well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see. After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well? No one wanted such responsibility. Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is more than qualified for the role. The perfect choice. Indeed. I told him as much when his victory was first announced. But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him. For shortly after that, he vanished without a word.
You believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee? Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes. Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
You truly think so? What about you? What do you think has become of my husband?
I don't know, but whatever it is, he won't have fled. You think he ran away?
And
He
there you
loved
have it,
his
Lady Chai.
wife.
You needn't worry. Master Chai loves you more than all the world, and he will return. Wherever he may have gone, rest assured we will find him.
Thank you, my dear boy. You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
Nuzzmeister. Well, if you think he ran, where do you think he went? Believe in love. For all his comforting words, Alphinaud was plainly troubled by Master Chai's sudden disappearance. It makes no sense for Master Chai to have left without a word, but even if he had, he would not have done so unobserved. Someone here will have seen something, I am sure of it. We should split up and inquire as to whether anyone saw him leave, or failing that, if they have any idea where he might have gone. I'll meet you at the Glory Gate to compare notes later on. Master Chai? Well, yes, I spoke with him recently, though I recall he was in a rather dour mood. Concerned about Yulmore's neglect of industry, you see. With Lord Vauthry's apparently inexhaustible stores of mole, and no great need for money, it's little wonder our businesses were all but forgotten under his rule. But I assured Master Chai that the Boutique of Splendors will do all it can to contribute to the revival of trade here in Yulmore, which seemed to satisfy him. He took his leave soon after. Your exchange with Mowen has taught you about the stagnant state of business in Yulmore. I bet we have to go down. I hate this fucking city. Need to go to the buttresses? Yeah, okay. So, the Glory Gate. Oh, probably inside, yeah. Looking for Master Chai, are you? Is something amiss? When I last saw him, he seemed ready to collapse from exhaustion. I insisted he rest and catch his breath, and we talked a while about his concerns over the city's defenses, amongst other things. He made more than a few valid points. Many of our men are still recovering from your confrontation with Lord Vothri, and finding General Ranjit in a heap in the middle of the plaza shook us all to the core. The man commanded no small amount of loyalty, and some of our longest-serving soldiers seemed lost without him. Indeed, a number of them left. Not that we blame you. Of course, without you and yours, we would still be blind to the error of our ways. Anyway, funding permitting, I propose replenishing our ranks with volunteers from the derelicts in Gatetown. I have a duty to protect not only Yulmore, you see, but the surrounding regions of Kalusia as well, and I, for one, would welcome any man or woman willing to take up arms for that cause. Indeed, I told him as much, and he seemed relieved to hear it. It was on that note that we parted ways. He headed outside, as I recall. Your exchange with Cornain has taught you about the perilous state of Yulmore's defenses. Where are you going? I recall a man fit in that description. Asked to speak with the poor buggers lately come from right. He said he wanted to know the state of things down in the derelicts, and you can be said we gave him an earful. Lack of food, medicine, clothing, there was plenty to tell. We hunt high and low for whatever we can scavenge, and it's barely enough to fill our bellies. But folk here don't just want to survive, they want to thrive. When he heard that, he started mumbling to himself. Something about finding us work, I think. Fair play to him, though. Not content with having his ears chewed about the derelicts, he asked about the other settlements and all. After that, I can't really say. Looked like he was heading to Gatetown when I last saw him. Your exchange with Havenbent has taught you about the poor living conditions of Kalusia's downtrodden. Are you about to change your tune, Miss Q? You misjudged him. Any luck? I got no one myself, but it sounds like Elfino might have. Ah, there you are. How did you fare? Have you learned anything which might offer a clue as to Master Chai's whereabouts? Interesting. He apparently paid a visit to the Queen Bee as well. They discussed the possibility of granting admission to customers from outside Yulmore, an idea to which the proprietor was surprisingly receptive. Sounds like he's got big plans for the place. Yulmore. I mean, not the bee. Perhaps, but the question remains, where did he go after leaving the city? So... oh boy. So the Queen Bee is like the Final Fantasy VII version of the Honeybee Inn. It's that strip club we had to dance in. Okay. I was just relaying a Final Fantasy fact. With furrowed brow, Elfino carefully considers where to best look next. You just looked at me so disapprovingly. I know, but your face just looks so disapproving all the time. All we know for certain is that Master Chai has shown great concern not only for Yulmore, but its surrounding settlements. It seems logical, then, that having consulted those within the city walls, he would wish to do the same to those without. Akali, if you would go and make inquiries and write, I shall do likewise in Stilltide. Gate Town I leave to you, Kaishir. Fair enough. Where should we meet when we've finished? Well, Top Rung would seem to me to be his most likely... Oh my god. Well, Top Rung would seem to me to be his most likely destination. Let us reconvene there. With any luck, one of us will have stumbled upon him by then. But if not, we will be situated to continue our search. I also can't fly here, I don't think. But Stilltide's not that far. No. Abandon. Oh man, I need like 21? Yeah, 21 more of those Moogle tomes. And I can get myself another dog. I don't remember which dog's in there. I think it's the Nidhogg bird. It's the Revelry dog. If that's, then that's Susanna's dog. Oh. No, the name doesn't ring any bells, but there was a rather dapper-looking Mistel gentleman here not long ago. He wanted to talk about relations between Wright and Yulmore, or rather the lack of them. We lost a great many people to the promises of Maul and the chance of a lavish life among the free, and Vothri thought to take even more from us, conscripting the few able-bodied men we had left to guard his paradise. I needn't tell you what happened when the Sin Eaters came. Such things are hard to forgive. But Vothri's gone now, and we're curious to see what will become of Yulmore in his absence. That's what I told your friend, Chinuz, was it? And I'm sure the others said the same. Not what he wanted to hear, I suppose, because he left soon after, and that was that. I see the wake of snowflakes. I don't know what was going on, but it just looked like your bear was slowly hovering above the ground, like, for quite a distance. You were just like, it's really funny. So he paid a visit to both Wright and Gate Town as well, did he? I see. Kaishira and I gleaned much the same. He seems determined to salvage what goodwill might yet remain among the settlements of Kalusia, the only likely place he has left to go being Amity. Come, if we are quick, we may yet catch up with him. There was someone there named Wagyu Beef, and it just made me want Korean barbecue. There he is. He's doing himself a big thunk. Howdy. Or should I say, meowdy. Akali, Elvino, Kai Shir, what are you doing here? We might ask you the same, Master Chai. We've been looking all over for you. Looking for me? Whatever for? Lady Chai has been nigh unconsolable in your absence. She claims you disappeared without so much as a word, and bade us return you to her side. What in blazes are you talking about? I left a letter for her in our chambers. Though I suppose she could have overlooked it, and when she gets an idea into her head, I can only apologize. No harm done, Master Chai, but since we are here, might I ask what compelled you to come all this way? We were told you had been elected mayor, and from what we had gathered from the nearby villages, you have been inquiring about the people's grievances. Is it safe to assume you mean to take office? Now, let's not jump to conclusions. I did seek to learn about the problems faced by the people of Kalusia, that much is true, but I am by no means sure I am the man to solve them. Tackling our many challenges will require resources, and until I have secured them, it would not be right to assume the role of mayor. I see. And you believe said resources can be found here? Indeed, the people's grievances are many, but in the course of my inquiries, I have already met with several individuals willing to lend their aid in addressing them. However, there remains one individual crucial to my plans, a man whose counsel might yet make a mayor of me. With respect, such forethought is, in itself, proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai, and I'm certain this man of whom you speak, whoever he may be, will reach the same conclusion. For what little it is worth, we will vouch for you should he require convincing. We believe in you, Master Chai. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything. You've got your actions to speak for you. For as long as I can remember, all I ever wanted was to make it into Yulmore. But that dream's gone now. Burst like a bubble, or a boil, more like. Anyway, outside of repaying Master Elfino, I haven't had a clue what to do with myself. Spent most days in a daze, but you've been running up and down, trying to find a way to fix this mess for everyone. And I reckon you can do it. You got this lot up Mount Gulg, didn't you? How hard could mayoring be? You're going to steal Yulmore to a better future. I know it. And I want to help. Properly help. Do something that makes a difference. I don't know what it is yet, but I'll work it out on the way if you let me come with you, that is. You give me entirely too much credit, the lot of you, but I can't deny it gives me heart. Come then, let us press on together. Thank you, Master Chai. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. Yulmore needs more than a man with good intentions, which is why I'm here, to find one with the experience needed to see the city thrive. Who is this man exactly? Are you certain he's here in Amity? Rendon is his name, and yes, he is. Or was. I had scarcely begun to explain myself when he decided his time was better spent elsewhere. He served as chief advisor to Vothri's father when he was in office. If Ranjit was the mayor's right hand, one might say Rendon was the left, and between them they kept Yulmore on the road to prosperity. The city needs more than a mere man of business, which is why I must find him. But even if you do, what makes you think he will listen? Before giving chase, might it not be wise to speak with those who know him, here in Amity? They may be able to shed some light on his reason for rejecting your overtures out of hand. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Perhaps we should start with Crystal then. As I recall, you made a rather favorable impression on him. I'm certain he'd be willing to talk to us. Greetings, friend. And to you too, Master Chai. I presume you're here to ask for Rendon? I couldn't help but overhearing your earlier exchange. Yes, well, with Vothri gone, Yulmore wants for a leader. Should no one rise to the challenge, the city could very well collapse. I came here seeking Rendon's counsel in the hope that we could build a better Yulmore together. And that is still my wish, but given how abominably you were mistreated there, I will quite understand if you choose not to help. Well or not, Master Chai, I bear no grudge against you or the people of Yulmore, and I would not see you suffer for Vothri's villainy. As you no doubt have gathered from your meeting earlier, Rendon can be rather uncompromising. He has his principles, you see, and little patience for anyone he deems less committed to their own. Your desire to right the wrongs of your past, of Yulmore's past, is quite admirable, but I fear the guilt you bear on the city's behalf works against you. I can see it in your eyes, in the way you carry yourself. It goes without saying he sees it as well. You must let those feelings go, Master Chai. Be more assertive, commit to this course, and prove to him Yulmore has the resolve to change. This resolve to change. I believe he was heading towards Pit 8 when he left. If you plan to go and speak with him, I suggest you be firm and clear in your intentions. Very well, to Pit 8 we shall go, and I will not take no for an answer. Nay, not even a maybe. I didn't even see that little guy there. Look at this tiny little dwarf shack. It's like a little shed.
Well, well, it's you again. Well, I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
I didn't invite them, as it happens, though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmoran's. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Vothri's villainy. The famous warriors of darkness.
Are they now?
Yes, they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Vothri. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable. Yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make. In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Vothri was creating. And so I left my homeland behind. But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under Vothri's auspices. And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
I can offer no simple answer to that question. But this much I will say. It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. It seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course. Content to, as you say, wallow in indolence. In ignorance. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us. The distinction between free and bonded died with Vauthry. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive. To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on. But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation. Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
A Yulmore for the people. I rather like the sound of that. But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office.
You would?
You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems, but first I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
It remains to be seen if his words will translate into deeds, but I shall endeavor to keep an open mind. What do you mean, sprightly? Well, he's not Vauthry's former advisor. He is the advisor to Vauthry's father. So when Vauthry's father was mayor, he had Ranjit as his right-hand man, who was the captain of the military and was fighting the City Eaters, and then he had Rendon on his left, who helped manage city affairs. When Vauthry came into power and started to change the way everything was done, Ranjit stayed, and I think he stayed. Ranjit's motives for staying have never, ever, ever, ever made any sense. Especially as someone who fought, died, and seen countless Minfilias and countless people die to the Sin Eaters. So I can only assume that Ranjit was deep in the Sin Eater sauce, though he said he wasn't. But Ranjit stayed to help this dream come true, and Rendon left. And that is why he is trustworthy. Because he never served Vauthry. He served Vauthry's father. And Vothri's father didn't have the city run that way. With the bonded and the rich. And all of that. That only changed when Vothri came to power. Yes, yes, yes. People cannot be brought together on the strength of high ideals alone. This I know from painful experience. Rendon was right to demand proof of Master Chai's commitments. Right then. Is there a particular issue you would have me resolve? You seem to have conducted an assessment of the problems Yulmore now faces. I assume you will agree, therefore, that the matter of dwindling food stores is the most pressing. Yes, mole being neither a desirable nor less sustainable option, I assume alternate foodstuffs are now required to fill the void. And a man who hungers is not like to contribute much to society, save violence, perhaps. So tell me, how do you propose to solve this problem? Give me a satisfactory answer, and I will consider offering you my counsel. A combination of measures would seem to be in order. One to address the immediate issue of supply, and another that of production. Go on. For the present, Yulmore's coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbors. This would afford us time to address the underlying problem that affects us all, the long-standing neglect of agriculture. The villages that once served as sources of trade for foodstuffs must be repopulated, their means of production restored. This assumes, of course, that we can rekindle relations with our neighbors, guarantee security and stability for the region, and most importantly, find people willing to leave the city to take up the rebuilding effort. My. Think of that all by yourself, did you? Well, yes. It began as a rather abstract plan I had drafted some time ago, after speaking with the peoples of Yulmore and the nearby settlements. You've impressed me, Chinos. I have. Well, that is a relief. Oh, you haven't secured my support just yet, only my attention. Grand plans will not be enough to persuade the masses. If you would ask them to rebuild, you must provide them with the means to do so. A fair point, Rendon, and one which I have given much thought. I propose the use of Talos to aid in the establishment and maintenance of those settlements. Their employment should drastically improve efficiency, and ultimately increase production. Talos? But Dadius Stoneworks closed their doors years ago. Without a ready supply of necessary equipment, the people would starve before your plans could be put into effect. Well, as heir to the Dadius Stoneworks, it just so happens that Talos are my field of expertise, and with a little help, I'm quite certain we can secure what we need in no time at all. Oh man, I used to eat these for raid. I used to make these by the dozens. Rusks. You had a hand in constructing that giant Talos to the north, did you not? When the Yulmorian volunteers began arriving, I hid myself away lest I be recognized, thus depriving myself of what I am reliably informed was a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Bugger. China's looks of steely determination is only slightly undermined by the knocking of his knees. Rendon is quite right. Building Talos from scratch would require time we simply do not have, which is why I propose we make use of long-abandoned Talos which wander the wilds of Calusia. They will need to be deactivated, of course, and if memory serves, the tools required to do so should still be at the top rung. Come with me. I wonder if they were doing maps. There's like a group of them. too few to be for a hunt train. Like, way too few. But 5 is about the right number for maps. I know. So is he authority on Talos, is he? Huh, what other surprises could he be hiding, I wonder? It is one thing to repair an immobile Talos, as Arianje did, but quite another to catch one, surely? Does this not sound a trifle dangerous? The old memory hasn't let me down. This chest contains canisters filled with a dashedly pointed insulating powder capable of halting the flow of aether in a Talos. We need only get within throwing distance of one and let it fly, thus disabling them without damaging them. Ingenious. An old trick of the trade, nothing more. Once disabled, it should be a simple enough matter to get them to march to Yulmore. Most extensive repairs can wait. I don't have any more sippies. Ordinarily, this is where I would ask you to run along and do the deed, but as I said before, it's high time we learn to stand on our own 2 feet. Thankfully, throwing canisters is something even I should be able to manage. Come off it, Master Chai. Even if a Talos ain't a threat, there's 101 things out there waiting to make a meal of you. That's as may be, Kaishir, but Rendon asked me with solving this problem, and I will not sit idly by while others risk everything to see my harebrained schemes realized. Not this time. Which isn't to say the mere thought of it doesn't fill me with dread. Truth be told, I can't feel my legs. But if I'm to prove I'm a man worth following, I must lead by example. Well said, Master Chai. Hear, hear. Yes, well, I should go without saying that I have no intention of dying for this. I've always preferred living to see the fruits of my labors, and to make sure I do, I will require your help. It is as Kaishir says, these lands are dangerous. If one is not careful, I'd ask you to use my spyglass to look out for any beasts that could get in the way of my work. I will also need you to alert me when it is safe to subdue the Talos. Understood? Good, then let's be off to the quick way through the north gate and see if we can't find a suitable vantage point for you. Alright, nothing to worry about. Just a simple matter of sneaking up on the Talos while avoiding the slavering, bloodthirsty beast lurking behind every rock. Child's play. When you're ready, let us begin. Keep a lookout for danger and alert Chinos when it's safe to incapacitate the Talos. You may move the spyglass as well as zoom in and out, point the spyglass at Chinos, and give him the signal to sneak near the Talos. I did it! Let's move on to another Talos, shall we? No, be nice to Chinos. He's a good boy. I know, that's what I'm looking for. Oh, sorry. Big fail. It said its back was turned. You just didn't move fast enough. I did that on accident. I'm gonna watch this one. Because the bombs are there too. But I didn't get caught by the bombs, I got caught by the talents. Yeah, that wasn't good enough to... Yeah. We'll wait again. Well, now the bombs are back. Oh, fuck. I did not mean to fucking do that. I accidentally clicked on him. Oh my god. This is a nightmare for me, personally. Alright, let's not click on Master Chai early. This wasn't enough time for him to run out. Well, it would have been now. Okay. It'll be the next time he turns around. Assuming the bombs don't come back. Go, my boy. I do believe I'm getting the hang of this. You may leave the next one to me, Akali. Ooh, thank you, Miss Q. I'm taking the sippy. Haha, that should do it. Now we have all we need to proceed. I can scarcely believe it. It was a reckless, foolish plan, but somehow it worked. I did it. Master Chai, I do believe I owe you an apology. Your plan to replenish Yulmore's food stores showed forethought and sound judgment. What's more, displaying your time at Daladus Stoneworks has equipped you to lead, as evidenced by the extraordinary company you keep. You, sir, are more than qualified to be the next mayor of Yulmore. I thank you for your vote of confidence, but the fact remains I am wholly ignorant of the world of politics, which is why I would ask you to join me and grant Yulmore the benefit of your counsel. I would be honored. When the people behold these Talos, I have no doubt that they will lend you their support. It would seem Yulmore's leadership is at last in capable hands, would you not agree? We should probably be getting back soon, Master Chai. After you've tinkered with the Talos and all that, Lady Chai's worried sick?
Right then. Form a line and make for Yulmore.
What's that noise? Wicked White! Runaway Talos! Call the guard! Stay back! All of you! Is that... Darling, you're back.
But of course I'm back. You didn't see... Dearest, I can't...
Oh! Oh dear.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
She's so
Oh,
strong.
no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending, instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
Does that mean you'll do it?
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand? Oh, no, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor. And now that I have it, I believe I am ready to take office.
Oh, how wonderful!
Dearest, please!
There is a minion of her, Dulia Chai. And her animation is she pulls out a very, very small Chinese and squeezes him. His little head lolls backwards. And then she puts him away. It's very cute. It came in the Shadowbringers art book. Thank you again for finding my husband. I confess I was not expecting your return to be quite so grand. That dear sweet man, he's going to make the most wonderful mayor. I just know it. I just need a moment. I dare say the future of Yulmore has never looked brighter. That was quite a reception, one Master Chai will struggle to forget. More seriously, the revival of Zatalis has seized the public's attention. Once word has spread about Yulmore, it will be that much simpler to gather one and all so that Master Chai can make his inaugural address. Despite the butterflies in his stomach, Chai Nuz is prepared to address the masses. No need to fret, Akali. I have never felt better. And not at all overawed by the prospect of addressing the assembled masses of Yulmore. As for where to do it, if we were to accommodate everyone who might feasibly wish to attend, I suppose the only place large enough would be the Emergent. Then I will go and spread the word among the citizens, both free and bonded, that they are said to assemble there and meet their new mayor. You there, Kai Shir, was it? Would you go and inform the residents of Gatetown and the derelicts? Of course I will. Good lad. I will let the guards know not to bar the way to Vauthry's chambers. It goes without saying that I expect the Warrior of Darkness to attend, assuming she's available. Might as well see it through to the bitter end, eh? The doorman at the Crown Lift will show you up. Ooh. Kill that bot for me. Destroy it. Cast it into the fire. We don't get too many of those anymore, but it is still too many. One is too many. We didn't see them for a while. They'll become famous bots. Be brave.
Go on, dear.
Thank you all for gathering here today. But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around? "'Tis a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord Vauthry's rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gatetown too. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning. As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Vauthry. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations, and I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness. Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values. No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Vauthry must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future. However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved. The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you. But we must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward. This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength. For Yulmore!
You know what's super unfair? Catboys have really neat ear animations when they do stuff, because they were made later than Catgirls, and thus have very, thus they have the fancier animations. Because when this game first came out, there were no boy Mikote, and there were no girl Rogadin that you could be as like a player character, because male Mikote are supposed to be rare, and then they finally changed it and promised never again do gender-locked races. And then proceeded to have gender-locked races. But yeah, so their ears can do all sorts of cool stuff. A lot of their just regular emotes and whatnot have their ears doing all sorts of crazy shit. My ears don't do anything. They're just on my head. My bunny ears have more movement than my actual cat girl ears. No. It'd be cool if the Viera ears did something, but they are very much just cardboard on your head. Stiff boards. Wasn't he simply wonderful? Seeing him take charge of the room as he did. It reminds me of why I fell for him in the first place. The city of final pleasures, they used to call this place back when the world was ending, but now I hope it will become the city of new endeavors. Now our work can begin in earnest. I very much look forward to seeing this Yulmore for the people. That was a fine speech, Master Chai. I believe your words stirred every soul in attendance. Stirred them to action, I hope. If I have learned anything from all of this, it is that change begins with the individual. 'Tis but a matter of finding the strength to take the first step. Assuming my fellow Umorians can, it shall be my honor and privilege to help them walk down this road we have chosen. But we must not forget the individuals who made all of these changes possible. Were it within my power, I would carve a tribute to your heroism into the very stone upon which this city stands. I hate to change the subject, darling, but now that you have officially taken office, have you given any thought to your mayoral seat? We will not be moving to the Emergent, dearest. It's too big for one thing and too far from the people for another. We will retain our current residence, and I will govern here in the parlor. Oh, I was hoping you'd say that. I much prefer the view from the parlor. Begging your pardon, Master Chai, but have you got time for a word? Yes, of course. Heathen Bets? Aye, that's me. I liked your speech, but there's folk outside these walls that don't have enough food to last till tomorrow, and more who are counting their crumbs. If you plan to change that, I want to help set things in motion. Then we've much to discuss. No sooner do I take office than my work begins in earnest. Well, I suppose I brought it upon myself. Thank you again for your help, Akali. I hope to see you again before long. What a day. I don't know what it means exactly, but I do know I've got plenty to think about. I sense we all have a great deal to consider. I had resolved to remain here until such time as Yulmore's future was secured, but it is clear to me now that the city is in capable hands. I have every confidence that they will find their way, and I believe it is time we went on ours. So Alphino's leaving too, is he? Seems like everyone's moving on. Everything's changing. I've been thinking about what I should do in all this. Like I told you, I spent most of my life dreaming about living here with my friends in paradise. That paradise is gone, but something better's taken its place, and I reckon I want to be part of it. This Yulmore for the people Master Chai's been going on about. It ain't gonna build itself after all. Not that I'm much of a builder. Me and my friends will find a way to make a difference, though. Help keep things changing for the better. A far nobler dream, the one to which you clung before, and I am happy to say we share. Whatever path you choose, I will pray for your success. Well, when you put it like that, there's no going back now, is there? We've got a few ideas on how we can do our bit. Just a matter of taking the first step. Do you want to know what he goes on to do? Because I don't know if we'll ever get a chance to broach it. So, no, but it does have to do with the bee. So what he does, he's part of a delivery quest for crafters, level 80 crafting, or 70 to 80, it's something like that. And he helps rebuild the strip club. Yeah, he's like, so I was like, yeah, all right. Does what he can. Elfino wears, I don't know if we'll ever get to those because we're still on like the second one, but might as well. That's his goal. That's what he chooses to do. And then you can dress him up in a little pimp outfit. Elfino wears a satisfied smile, seemingly content with the state of Yulmore. Truly to see Kaishir thus inspired by our actions is inspiring in itself. Yet however much I may wish to see what comes of his efforts here in Yulmore, we have matters of our own to attend to. Come, we should return to the Crystal Tower. Mayhap Beklug's studies have borne fruit in our absence. Why are you running? We are probably not going to get to the near raid today. We can try though. Twould seem Alize has yet to return from the inn at Journey's Head. I do hope she does not overtire herself. In the course of preparing more Orosite, we made a significant discovery. We thought it best to wait for your return before sharing our findings. My congratulations, Akali. Glad tidings from Yuldor did precede thy coming. I will see that Thancred and Reen hear of the momentous events, that they too might take joy in that which thou hast helped to bring about. I take it you are ready to resume our work. Welcome back. We are given to understand a new mayor has taken office in Yulmore. Indeed, our good friend Master Chai was elected by popular vote, and, after some considerable soul-searching, chose to accept the post. It is a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech, though I have no doubt you will see more of him in the future. But tell me, how fared you in preparing the White Orosite? Our work did not proceed quite as expected. In your absence, we had a frank discussion on the principles of soul transference and concluded at length that White Orosite was ill-suited for our purposes. But Orianche, did you not say that compared to the massy soul of an Asian, the stone could house one of ours with ease? That I did, and armed as we are with Beklug's invaluable insight, 'twould indeed prove a trifling matter, were we to disregard the invocable link twixt mind and soul. A link which would, we did belatedly realize, be weakened and most precariously in the process of rendering our souls dormant, as Orosite does require. Thus, the shedding of these fleshy simulacra and the surfeit of aether which can perish them would in all likelihood deprive us of our psyches as well. It would theoretically be possible to channel your minds into the Orosite instead, but we would more than likely sacrifice your souls in the process. Which is why we have abandoned that plan, and instead devoted our time to finding a means by which mind and soul might be transported together. Then we are no closer to a solution than we first began. It is a vexing conundrum indeed, but one for which the Crystal Exarch has posed a most intriguing solution. When our discussions turned into the transference of memories and the psyche, I could not help but be reminded of a technique with which I have personal experience. Akali, do you recall what we learned of my eyes from our encounter with Doga and Uni? I speak of the royal eye of the Allagan imperial line, gifted to my forebears through the blood and memories of the ancient Allagans. It is by this gift that I am able to control the Crystal Tower. I easily put you in my pocket. If I were to gain an understanding of the technology by which the Allagons were able to accomplish this transference, perhaps then we could keep mind and soul together. Imagine, if you will, a device like unto a soul crystal, replete not only with our worldly memories, but also the bountiful energies of the soul. That is our current avenue of investigation, and we will follow it wheresoever it leads. While we are thus engaged, I think it best that Akali return to the source and inform Kryl and the others of our findings. Agreed. I imagine Tataru will be relieved to hear you've made progress of a sort. Then I would beg leave to relay our findings unto Thancred and Reen, and to assist where I may in their investigation of the empty. Yes, please do. Should we have need of your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. Give our regards to Tataru, won't you? This did not end. I'm getting my patches all mixed up. We're gonna need a break party. Akali, you're back! How did everything go in the first? Wait, don't tell me. Kryl will be here shortly, and she'll want to hear too. She's just tending to the others, their bodies. I mean, God, I don't think I'll ever get used to saying that. Anyway, you can tell us everything the moment she gets here. Upon speaking with Tataru, several cutscenes will play in a sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these cutscenes in their entirety. This has the duty that I was so freaking bad at. It was the first time I'd ever turned it to easy, because I didn't understand what the hell was going on. It was the first and only time
Sorry to keep you waiting.
I've ever actually turned it to easy, because I just could not comprehend what I was supposed to be doing.
I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly. But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
And Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Oh, you're back.
Stinky man.
And none the worse for wear, I see.
I meant to read this short story before we hit this patch, but I got, time is so of the essence. I didn't want to risk it, even just taking a few moments. But, so he's in this situation, because remember that little, I don't know if you were watching or there, but in our Dragoon quest, we obtained a cute little white dragon who was looking for his mom. And Estinian helped us finish that quest. Estinian has been hanging out with that little white dragon in the Far East, and basically slumming it and eating, like, super cheap squid and stuff. And then was tracked down by Kryl and Tataru and bullied into helping them. And he is, like, trapped in this... trapped serving the Scions and cannot get away. There is a lot of cute art of them, like, even though they're so small and he is so tall, them just cornering him and he's like pressed against the wall, unable to escape. It's very funny. He has called them both little demons.
Estinian! Oh, thank the gods! We've been worried sick. Did you lose your link pearl or something?
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
More complicated how?
You tell me, Garlean spy.
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razat Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar. Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself. There, we found a man whom all assumed dead. But his soul lives on, and he has wrested back his flesh. Xenos Ye Galvus. Nor did the surprises end there, for no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn. What's wrong?
I have seen him in action, his body at least. It will not best him alone. Nay, death will not come easily to that thing. If you join me, then by all means. For what good it will do. The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragoon. I suppose this might suffice. Come then. Ah, the simple pleasure of one's own flesh. Truly there is no place like home. Abomination. Whatever he is, a collie was barely a match for him, if we stay here much longer. Emperor Varys, you're radiant, so you're alright. We may wear out our welcome. Yeah, this looks bad. Your radiance, no! Must even the most middling of sport be spoiled? The world conspires to bore me. But I have no cause to remain. I leave these vermin to you. Xenos! Any bright ideas? Just one. Your radiance. The intruders have taken flight. I repeat, the intruders have taken flight. Deploy all available Magitech armor. We cannot let them escape. Yeah, there's some problems. Alright, here we go. Get too bad. 2 is gonna be your AoE ability. Actually they're all AoE abilities. 2 is your jump, 1 is your AoE ability. And you just press 1 over and over again. It's bad time. You're pure disgust, though. I don't want to be this. Nobody wants to be this. And then 3 will be your potion if you get super weak, because guys, surprisingly, this might shock you, is not a healer. The potion probably has like a 60-second cooldown. 25 seconds? I'm gonna take a sippy just to see. Oh, 25 seconds. I have an ability that's not an AoE. My trust NPCs only have single target. This man only has AoEs. I can't live like this. I'm stuck in constant animation locks. I do love. So now you get to really look at the garlic. This is the Imperial Palace. I'm coming. I just want to look around. Feels like there really should be a portrait of Solus or Varys, I suppose, but I want those chandeliers for my house. I want these lamps for my house. With a lottery, you have a chance. Well, from the FC houses. But you can get yourself a little house for like 4 million. Well, we'll get it all figured out. Oh, you're a good bean. Well, well, somebody's been busy. Okay. And would you bar my way, would you? So be it. This is the fight I fucked up. Come, Nidhogg, lend me your strength. I'm gonna try not to. I wanna pay super hard attention. you know, Garlean bullshit. So now you have different abilities. One is gonna be your single target. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna have to see it. Oh, 2 is a dot, so make sure to keep that up every 15 seconds. 3 is a... Well, 4 is gonna be your OGCD. 3 is a buff, I think. Hold on, I should have read these before I started swinging. Okay, Alamorn is a... attack with 3000 potency. Excuse. 2 delivers an attack, damage over time. 3 delivers an attack with 600 potency to... Oh, 3 is your AoE. Okay. We've lost our potion. Oh, but Alamorn heals you. So that works. Yeah. You know I've got to do something. There we go. 3. Well. Oh, I see. Keep an eye out for the scientists above you, and use your 3, I believe, to kill. Yeah, I got them. Okay, yeah, 3 will get rid of the scientists. I'm not going on. I'm bad at video games. Bad dragoon thing. Okay. Oh, you know, classic dumb dragoon bullshit. Scientists are targetable. There they go. That should do. Yeah, it does. Okay. Thank goodness.
Taste my lungs!
Once you can LB. Okay. I think the problem was last time I didn't realize my AoE was real. And I must have died that way. Reading is hard. Garleans and their machina. Now, where are you, Gaius? do believe we will get an explanation for what we just saw via the trials. The trial storyline. You know how we had, like, the four lords and the whatnot? There's one like this for...
Are you alright?
Shadowbringers too.
Peer into my past, did you?
Yeah, I don't usually have a choice about that sort of thing. So don't give me attitude, Estinian.
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours. No matter. Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit. Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
It beggars belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds. My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray. Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose. Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention. He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry, I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
Ugh.
Well, it's nice to have one less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riol and Al Shinobi are made aware. Though we still know next to nothing, it can't hurt to be vigilant.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
That's true, but with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
Though they have yet to find a workable solution, your Stola and the others are making progress, and we cannot ask for more than that. You must be shattered after all that hopping back and forth between worlds. Why not stay here and rest for a while? I'm sure Beck Glug can manage without you. They've got enough science to help them, if you ask me. Another civil war? Traitors! You would dare deny Lord Nerva the throne! Lord Nerva. I'm gonna write that name. Onward! Before this day is done, victory shall be ours! Lord Nerva. Boring, boring, boring. Do you think? I find it amusing. Like dogs herding cattle to the slaughterhouse. That you. Your soul is... Who are you? Before your majesty, I am but another dog, lost in want of a new master. A hunting dog, if you should wish it so. For I know full well the prey you would seek next. Zodiac. Did you know that people were able to guess who this was by that mouth alone? The mouth and jaw? Yeah, people called it immediately. It was insane. I won't. Because we'll see in like I think next week or something. You think it's sassy? Did you hear? The mayor's reopening Delta's stoneworks, and they're looking for laborers. There's talk of resettling some of the old abandoned villages, too. They're even laying on free talos to help anyone willing to make the move. Free talos? We'd best get packing. Steady work, board, and lodging. If that's not a recipe for hope, I don't know what is. Hope. Yes, so long as I yet live, I would see that feeble flame rekindled. It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. Why did I give him an evil voice? And is the voice? Hope. I am giving him the voice that character has when I read his lines. Akali, might I ask a favor of you? I'm not normally one to pry, but Philemon has been oddly distracted ever since you came back to tell us of your travels on the first. Would you go and see if she's alright? We are actually going to go do this quest, because we don't have enough time to do Nier. But we will do this quest, and then we will get started on Nier, because there are some prerequisite quests that I know we have not done. Well, I might wait on those to see if I can get a class leveled up that will gain from the experience. I'll have to look, but first. I think the question you should have been asking is why Ardbert was there. Flammean appears lost in her memories. Oh, Akali, forgive me, I did not see you there. Ever since you spoke to me of your last moments with Manvilia, I find myself often thinking of the moments I shared with her. And it was during one such moment of remembrance that a missive arrived from an acquaintance in Ul'dah. Even now I can scarcely believe the letter's contents, written as if in answer to my heart's lamentations. Such fortuitous timing is nothing short of a miracle, no less than your arrival here this day, I should think. I am about to depart for the Sultanate to meet with my acquaintance, you see, and I cannot think of a better companion for this journey than you. Will you not indulge me with your company? I would not begrudge your absence, but if you are so inclined, it would mean more to me than you know. How could I refuse? You are too kind, my friend. We are to meet on the steps of Thal in front of Eschatim's Aesthetics. Pray go ahead, and I will be along shortly. I think we need to go to Gladiators. Yeah. It is okay. I hope I have not kept you waiting over long. Flemmy, thank you for coming on such short notice. Akali, what a coincidence! What brings you here? You're acquainted. Then I needn't worry about introductions. Akali was with Manvilia in her final moments, you see, and I thought it only right that she be present. So it is true, my friends. Did you find it? To start from the beginning, the concern was contracted to work on the waterway below Ul'dah. Naturally, this included reconstruction of the Sil'dah aqueducts, the place Manvilia and the others fled after the ill-fated banquet. Aye, and while we were clearing out the tunnel, a glint amidst the debris caught our attention. Cat's eye. At first we wondered how it got to be there of all places, but then was remembered the stone Manvilia gave you all those years ago. There's no mistake about it. This is the self-same stone. The very first stone she ever unearthed in those Hylicone days when she was still called Asilia. She was brimming with pride when she presented it to me. It was the gift I would treasure for years to come. Until the day came when she needed it more than I. She seemed so lost that day in the waking sands. I knew that Cat's Eye would remind her of how far she had already come, and instill her with a little more courage to take the next step. To think she wore it all this time. When we searched the waterway shortly after the collapse, we didn't find a trace of the scions, no belongings or anything. Curious it would appear after all this time. With the stone in hand, Manvilia pressed onward in her quest for true peace. Never once did she look back. And though she is gone, her legacy lives on. In you, Akali, and the scions, and in the child, Reen. safe in the knowledge that others continue to walk her path, she has sent this stone back to me. This I choose to believe. She has earned her rest. I shall bury this stone, that she might have peace in the hereafter. Where are you thinking? Next to her, where her father rests. Indeed, there is no better place than with your loved ones. Well, you're doubtless keen to see to that, so we won't keep you any longer. We'll find a moment to go and pay respects ourselves. Till next time, take care. Thank you, both of you. Waterburn was interred here in Ul'dah at Ereleg's burial chamber, but around the time of the Scion's founding, he was moved to the Church of Saint Adama Landmia under the care of Father Uliad. Come, Akali, let us seek out the father and request his permission to bury the stone. Ah, there you are. I was just telling Father Iliad about Menvilia and the cat's eye. Welcome, welcome, my child. Flaminian has explained to me the purpose of your visit, and I see no reason to refuse you. Menvilia would wish to rest with her father. I have known her since she was but a child, full of hope and wonder, an aspiring young miner following in Flaminian's footsteps. A dutiful student, to be sure. Nary a day passed that she did not set out into the wilderness with a pickaxe in hand. But fate would see her set aside her miner's tool, and instead don a mantle of far greater responsibility. She was as passionate then as she was in her childhood, a fire in her eyes that refused to be extinguished. It was that flame that compelled me to lend the Scions my support without a moment's hesitation. To see so many brave and noble souls continue her work, it only reaffirms that I was right to place my faith in her. Forgive my meandering musings. You have not come here to hear me wax nostalgia. Pray see to burying the cat's eye. The 12's blessings be upon you. Thank you, Father Iliad. Come, Akali. Waterburn's grave is just south of the church. So bright. This has always been his grave? I don't know. Here it is, Akali. It was 20 years ago that Waterburn came to Ul'dah, risking life and limb to warn us of the threat encroaching on Eorzea. 20 years ago that my ambition robbed him of his life, a daughter, of her whole family. You would have been so proud of her. She was a warm, compassionate, and vibrant woman, always ready to answer the clarion call of duty without a moment's hesitation, just like her father. In the end, that selflessness would save not one, but 2 worlds. Now her duty has ended, and though you are worlds apart, I pray with this stone, this precious gem from Massilia, a part of her remains at your side. Just as she remains forever in my heart. Oh, Massilia, never did I imagine such greatness could be born from a beginning so humble. I am proud to have been there for that first triumph. Not only did you find a gemstone, you found your own path. That path took you far away, to a place fraught with danger, but you have achieved all that you have ever desired, and you have returned. Rest now, Asilia, my dearest daughter. Won't you say a few words too? Your legacy lives on. There is much I've left unsaid to Asilia, but I feel as though a weight has been lifted. With a lighter heart, I shall return to Mordona and resume doing my little part for the Scions, for her legacy. Wherever you may be headed, please take care, and when you meet them, do pass my regards to Thancred and Reen and all the others. Thank you, Akali, for everything. Okay. So, to do the near quests, we need to go to Tomra. We're gonna do some of these to save us some time. And we have the time anyway. Ooh, I do not actually know. Let me see. I don't think it's this one. I think it's this one. Because it does not have the reward of... I'm gonna do a quick Google just to make sure. But it doesn't have the reward of an Aether Current, which makes me think it's probably this. How to unlock the copied factory. Complete to unlock the Alliance raid, you'll need to complete the quest called On the Threshold. This request is available by talking to the dig site chief in Kalusia. But I can't see that quest. If you can't see this quest, this is how you get it. Shadowbringers, a word about Comra, a scandal in Comra. Okay, so it is this one. That is what I thought. Gotcha. Alright. So we will do our prerequisite quests. A new rumor has the dwarves of Comra in a right tizzy. You heard the latest rumor around of Comra? The strangest find in recent memory, though actual details as to what said finally have yet to emerge. If you do happen to come to any juicy tidbits, I'd be keen to hear them. The suspense is killing me here. Oh. B rank. No, I know. There's nothing to be gained by finding a B rank. Best to leave B ranks be because people who do hunt, there's little like hunt things you can get. That gives you like a list of monsters for XP, and there's usually a B rank on it. That's why B ranks spawn every 2 minutes once they're killed. I think it's faster than that, but... Yes, there is. It's on Leah. Have you been here before? Yeah, it's up there. You have to climb the buildings to get it. Yeah, you have to climb up there and then drop down. I'm not too pressed about it. I can neither confirm nor deny the existence of a new discovery of untold value that only select few are allowed to see for themselves. That said, there may come a time when I find myself utterly fascinated by that pile of rocks over there and would be completely oblivious to anyone attempting to sneak past. You're a woman of the world, aren't you? Don't make me say it plain. Wicked White, how bloody stupid are you? You, the imbecile, give me, the guard, 10,000 gil. Then you, the imbecile, get to walk past me, the guard, and see the amazing find. Got it? Then you do not get to pass. You go away. Good day, miss. Lolly, what in the blazing hells do you think you're doing, man? Ho! Is that any way for a guard to behave? Is it? No, sir. Chief, sir. No rations for you tonight. Chief, no mercy, mercy! It's not fair, I tell you. A dwarf toils day in and day out for pittance, only to try and make a little something extra on the side. And what does it get him? Right, well anyway, bugger off. None may pass without the chief's permission, which I know you haven't got. Wait, don't tell me. I assume you came all this way to put in for the position. Sorry, but it's already been filled. You know what they say about assumptions. Don't go playing silly buggers with me. The queer ruins we found deep in a cavern through the tunnel over there. The one filled with all kinds of machina, to the point we started calling it the Bloody Machina Graveyard? Yes, well, we're looking to hire another guard, but the position since has been filled by that fellow who tried to swindle you a moment ago. So you're right out of luck, I'm afraid. But chin up, lass. Your time will come again soon enough. Since you're here and still unemployed, mind delivering a message for me? It's for 2 younglings in Comra, Anog and Konog, sister and brother twins, found of wearing black and white. Twin thing, I suppose. The message is as follows. Lolly bleeding ho. This is no place for children to be messing about. Stay far, far, far away or else. Got it? You got business with us? The chief put you up to this, and you agreed? Haven't you got anything better to do with your time? Wait, those garments, that quiet confidence, those powerful neck muscles sculpted by a lifetime of nodding. This is the center everyone's been talking about, sister. She's the guileless fool we've been waiting for. The perfect patsy. Good thinking, brother. Let's get right to it, then. You wouldn't happen to be the kindly stranger everyone likes and adores. You are, aren't you? Perhaps you'd be willing to do us a teensy little favor. Of course you would. My brother and I are conducting some highly secret research at the moment, but we've hit a dead end. To continue, we need to get our hands on an automaton core. So I'm to be your patsy? Oh, don't be silly. Everyone knows you're the soul of generosity. A sinner who cannot help but render aid to her fellow sinner in their hour of need. Not for fame or fortune or any other reward, but simply for the joy of it. Am I wrong? Oh, sod this. How rude! So rude! But despite your vehement refusal, deep down we both know you cannot help but aid us in this endeavor. 'Tis your nature. We will pretend that you agreed without a fuss, and that will be the end of it. The core we require is being stored with the other sundry materials on the cliffs above us. Once you have it, bring it to my sister. Yeah. Don't do the quest. I mean, you have options. You can walk away. And you don't have to do the near raids. Is that what you want? The near raid clothing is gorgeous. Ah, there's the sinner now. And is that the core I spy in her hot little hands? Brilliant! All we've got to do is sell this for a small fortune, and then we'll be one step closer to seeing our plans for world domination to fruition! Oi, Anog! La nay on the domination ho! Oh right, that was a close one, brother. Now then, for our next request. Lolly, what in the seven hells are you up to? Ho! If you're even thinking of taking advantage of this good sinner, I'll tan both your hides and toss you from the top of White Oil Falls. Now get you gone. Sir, yes, sir. Sorry about that. They don't know any better, on account of being on their own. No parents. They've lost more than most, you could say. More than anyone ever should. Anyway, I've been meaning to ask. Everyone says you're the soul of generosity, a sinner who cannot help but render aid to your fellow sinner in their hour of need, not for fame or fortune or any other reward, but simply for the joy of it. Am I wrong? We're short a lantern at the dig site. Should be another in the cave just outside of the village. Mind going and fetching it for me? Of course you don't. Once you've got it, bring it to me back at the dig. Go, and don't worry. I'll see you compensated for your trouble. There you are. I presume that lantern you're holding's for yours truly? Much Much obliged. Here, a little something for your trouble. Never let it be said a dwarf of character doesn't pay his debts. Anyway, if we've nothing else to discuss, let us pass. Just let us pass already! We want to see the ruins! Please, 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 please! No, 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 no! It's dangerous and off limits, and even if I were the sort of man who could be bribed, which I'm not, I'd be shocked if you two had anything valuable enough for me to risk my neck looking the other way. Why are you and everyone else so bloody obsessed while trying to get a look at the cavern filled with mysterious machina anyway? It's just a bloody scrap heap, isn't it? No, no, it's so much more. Based on our research, we have reason to believe that those ruins contain... Hush, sister, how many times have you nearly given the game away? It's supposed to be our secret. Oh, yes, right, right. It's just so hard sometimes to contain my enthusiasm. Nothing those ruins contain of value. These ruins contain nothing of value whatsoever. We shall leave you to your affairs, honorable guard, sir, and bid thee farewell. Honestly, I'm beginning to hope there really is nothing of value in there, for all the trouble it's causing. But I was about to say, if we've got nothing else to discuss, then you'd best be on your way. It's dangerous to wander about an active dig, and I don't want anyone getting hurt. Oh, we should just fucking teleport instead of running across the map. Once we can fly here, it's actually faster, I think, to teleport to right and fly up to this particular place than running across all of Tormra. Poked around Cormra, did you? Learn anything about that big find? A machine graveyard, eh? Interesting, interesting. This could be the beginning of a great and grand adventure, or an utterly nonsensical one. Though that does have its appeal on occasion, I'll allow. I think we'll do this... No, we're out of time. We will finish the last quest, and then we will get to the near raids on Tuesday. Will you be about on Tuesday? Yeah, you should be. That's right. It was or you might get home a little late, is what you said. Or is that Thursday? Okay. So that will be it for the... I thought that patch was a lot shorter than it was. And it is short for a patch, but I thought it was a bit shorter than that. But we will get to the near raid on Tuesday at 6 p.m. EST, and we will also have more Darkest Dungeon on 2 p.m. EST. I do not know how much longer Darkest Dungeon is going to be, if it's the full game, or if it's just early access content. And with Endwalker being delayed by 2 weeks, I need something to fill the morning with if Darkest Dungeon ends, like, on Tuesday. But, with Endwalker also being delayed, that means the raffle is also delayed. And I have to kind of figure that out. And I will have more details, once I know what day maintenance is going to be, I'll have a better idea. So, it unfortunately, it makes the Endwalker raffle a little bit shorter, because I was going to do that one on New Year's, and it extends this one. So, it is what it is. I am thankful for the extra time to get through all of this content there. I hope you all have a very, very lovely evening. We are off tomorrow, but I will see you on Tuesday for more Darkest Dungeon and Final Fantasy XIV. Have a very, very lovely evening, and take care. Goodbye!